my goodness. And there it is. Wow, get the pin to go.
Oh.
Hi again, everybody. Welcome back to Bowl TV for continued coverage of the 2021 PWBA BVL Open taking place at Farmingdale Lanes in Farmingdale, New York. My name is Aaron Smith. I'll be joined in a moment by Emil Williams Jr. and Curtis Von Kruger, but we are going to head to the lanes as game number one gets underway here of our second block of the day. We've already had 6 games in the books. We'll run down the excitement from that in just a moment, but let's go ahead and get to the lanes as the action gets underway here from Farmingdale. As we mentioned, 6 games already in the books today, another 6 games in this block, and by the time we conclude competition here today, we'll be down to the top 32 players. So we will be making a cut after 12 qualifying games down to the top 32. Started with 71, and we'll be moving on to the cashers at the conclusion of today. A relatively low scoring pace on our 40-foot condition being used this week in round number 1. The story of the day so far, Stephanie Zavala, who went plus 200. And now we'll talk a little bit more about the significance of this. Plus 200 in her opening 6-game block, including a big 279 in the early going to get to the lead. But when we go down to the next player in the standings, it's going to be actually a tie for second between Liz Culkin and Jordan Richard. They're at plus 99. So Stephanie has essentially, when you look at the plus and minus, has just run away from everybody here in the first 6 games. Only a total of 15 players plus or better. And looking down at the cut right now for 32nd spot, minus 58. So we'll dive into that a little bit more, but for right now we're going to go to the lanes and settle in here for game 1 of 6, round 2 qualifying, the 2021 PWBA BVL Open.
How about now? Am I being heard? Maybe. Well, game one is underway. All right, so no one can hear us. That's good. No, Jeff can hear me. Thank goodness. Okay. All right. All right, that's 1 out of 3. 33% isn't bad. Pretty good in baseball. We'll take the 333. Okay, so hang tight, folks. Appreciate it. Thank you. Quiet, so let's turn it up. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Well, at least I know you can hear me at some level. As we get going here, game one, round 2, here on Bowl TV. We hope to certainly have Aaron Smith momentarily, as well as, of course, a bit of a couple of drop-ins, obviously, from Curtis Von Kruger also, as we attempt to get everyone's audio situated. So I guess I'm first, and that's a good thing. At least we'll have someone who is able to speak words. Apparently that signal is very faint, so I do apologize from that aspect of it. But as we continue to work on it, you guys tell me if it's getting better, if there's some level of improvement. All right, looks like we found something that is working well. All right, game one. Beginning the day here, 5 through 8. Okay, it looks like perhaps Curtis is with us as well. And so we might as well just continue the live audio tests. So let's bring in Curtis when he thinks he's ready. I think he's ready. Curtis, are you here?
Hold on. Oh, hey. Yeah, there we go. Hope everybody's having a wonderful afternoon. Great time for some more bowling. Going to be an interesting block. What do you think, Emil?
There's no doubt about it. We left round 2 talking about what players might be doing from an adjustment perspective because of the lower scoring pace, but that does not include Stephanie Zavala, who is plus 200, by the way, folks. If you haven't seen the round 1 standings, plus 200, 1,400 even for 6 games. That's an average of 233.33 for Stephanie Zavala. It was between her and Jordan Richard for 5 games, and they were trading leads, as we talked about earlier. Jay Rich got 172 on the end. She is tied for second with Liz Culkin at plus 99. Big ups to Summer Jasmine, who shot 269 to end the round earlier today to get to plus 80. And Amanda Najokis, local products, competing currently at Vanderbilt, non-member at plus 53. So, Curtis, you saw both ends, both sides of the building. You talked about higher scores at one point, certainly, especially earlier in the block on the high end. But then things get really weird at the end of the block, and it seemed to be all over the place. So, man, I'm very curious to see what's going to go down here.
Yeah, no, I got a chance to talk to some of the reps and kind of see what their game plan was coming into this. The issue really happened here is that, Chuck Gardner spoke with us yesterday that there seemed to be two zones you could start playing early, but that also creates a lot of problems early for people because you have inconsistency from pair to pair where people are starting, and that just blows weird holes into the pattern, and all of a sudden you find yourself fishing a lot. So the Storm team, their strategy seemed to be they're going to move up to some ASIM heavier balls, some of the bigger balls, and start off with a little bit of surface early and maybe move in and not try to play so straight that we saw everybody kind of starting to do at the beginning of the round. Maybe try to emulate a little bit of what Stephanie was trying to accomplish throughout her round and try to bring that to the table. And, they have 40 people or so in this field. And so, what they make, a decision they make as a team will definitely affect this pattern. So it's going to be interesting to see how that kind of, trickles through the entire competition tonight. And it's going to be a very interesting round. And as you mentioned with Summer Jasmine, it only takes one game. If you can keep your head above water, if you can grind out and pick up your spares, you can be patient and let the shot come to you. It's when people start fishing that really they start to get in trouble. You saw people at the end of the block kind of jumping back outside, just trying to find something.
We'll see how it all unfolds here, Curtis. One thing to know for the viewers, we did see a few high scores with the fresh, and so I don't necessarily expect that to change too much. We've already seen a few strings of strikes here on our side of the building. So, Curtis, we appreciate you, and good thing we've got our audio situated. But we still don't know about Aaron Smith. So Aaron is next for the live test here. Let's see. All right, so we'll wait on Aaron as he's still working on some things. All right, Curtis, I'll let you go. I'll let you roam the high end for a little minute, and then I hope to see you back here toward the end of the game and see what's popping on the high.
Absolutely. Thanks, Emil.
All right, that is Curtis Von Kruger. Ladies and gentlemen, appreciate him. As we begin this round again, as you see Danielle Niddle, we begin certainly with our leader, Stephanie Zavala. And I tell you what, not a lot of strikes certainly for Stephanie to begin strike, but 4 consecutive 9 spares. And just as I say that high flush strike, you saw her motion with her right hand kind of shooing it away like, okay, get out, stay put, hold. And they did all of that and above for Stephanie Zavala. All right, if you are just joining us for the first time, we do have 4 channels of coverage on the what is the low end of the building, so the 2-sided building. So we have coverage from lanes 5 through 20. 4 channels you can watch individually. The PWBA main channel is, of course, the one with commentary. So if you have a particular player that you are looking to watch, unfortunately this week, we do not have live scoring, which obviously would allow you to follow your favorite players from the scoring perspective. So the best thing to do is to take a look at the pairing sheets, which can be found at pwba.com/live, or also next to the chat tab. All of the info is there. Just click the tab one shot over, get the pairing sheets, find out which lanes or pairs your favorite player will be on. And see when they will hit either of the 4 channels. Basically, what happened earlier today was the players who essentially started with us on the low end continue to migrate right and or left and make their way to the other side of the building. And, of course, conversely, those who started on the high end begin to make their way here to the low end. About games 3, 4, 5, for example. So at some point, you will definitely see your favorite player this week here on Bowl TV. And then as the field is whittled down, we'll continue to have all of that coverage right here for you on Bowl TV. So if you have specific questions, drop them in the chat, and we'll do what we can. Scott Norton in the chat. Hey, Scott. Hope all is well. Appreciate everyone again tuning in here on BowlTV.com. Will has a question. I'll scroll up and try to answer it for you. Will, I probably missed your question, but I'm paying attention at the moment. So if you want to drop that again. Oh, and it looks like I see it. That's a good question. I'm not sure specifically this week as to why. In my experience, there are some scoring systems, again, in my experience. Oh, wow. And just as I say that, there's a scoring monitor that has gone out on the PWBA 2 channel. So if you're watching that channel, the scoring monitor itself has went to a different screen. So don't be alarmed there. In regards to Will's question, again, some scoring centers I've seen, sometimes they don't have the ability to have the scores or names kind of follow each player throughout an event. I've seen that happen before. So in some cases, or enough volunteers, for example, to be able to enter names each and every time or each and every game. I'm not sure of the case here, but in my experiences, those are a couple of things that have played into that. Bill, to your question, I am not sure on the status of Erin, but I do believe via social media that she was going to be taken off a week or two to begin with, I guess well before what happened at the end of the Queens. So I think this was a scheduled break on Erin's schedule to start, and maybe not necessarily related to clipping her ankle during the 4-player elimination match. All right, so we'll wait for Aaron Smith to hopefully get some things going. And on PWBA 2, it looks like, again, just an update on the scoring system. It looks like if you're watching that channel, lanes 9 and 10 now have both, I should say lanes 9 scoring monitor also has both lanes scoring. So you will see scoring. You will see scoring on 9 and 10 if you're watching PWBA 2. And at some point, we'll probably go to that channel on the main, and you will see what I'm referring to if you have not already. All right, it's been a bit of a bit of an interesting start, and not necessarily bowling related. Those things happen. I've been involved doing this a while. Every time you think you've seen everything, you haven't. So we had some audio troubles to start. We've got a scoring monitor that is down in the bowling center. So perhaps during lunch, all kinds of things went down. It has not changed what's going on over on 5, 6, 7, and 8. And if you're just joining us again, Stephanie Zavala, your leader at plus 200. By the way, she had games of 246, 213, 242, 195, 279, and 225. Again, to get to 1,400 even. 1,400 for 6 games. Plus 200, leading the field and leading second by 101 pins. There's Danielle Niddle. Aaron's waving at me. Which means I think he's ready. And yes, I can see him virtually. For those wondering, he is not here, but I can see him. Okay, Aaron, what do you got?
I've unmuted.
No.
Still bad?
Yes. No, Aaron Smith. We'll get there, Aaron. We'll get there. All right, 9 spare for Lindsey Boomershine in the 9th frame. 9 spare looks to be pretty prominent here on lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8. I will say, Aaron, it was getting better based on what we heard earlier. I do hope that we essentially don't have every single piece of audio equipment out here and not something in the studio in case of emergency for Aaron. So after the strike and the 4 consecutive 9 spares, Stephanie Zavala now with a 4-bagger and still potentially can get into the 250s. Hey, Scott, by the way, if you wouldn't mind to let us know in the chat, the last time I talked to you, you had just opened up an escape room business. Is that still the case? Everything good? Obviously, post-pandemic, etc. Jordan Richard, of course. Traded the lead a couple of times with Stephanie Zavala throughout the first round. Again, second right now, tied with Liz Culkin at plus 99. And make it 5 in a row for Zavala. Great news. Great news, Scott. Appreciate that. So if you're in Southern California, go see Scott and try to escape from one of his escape rooms in his new cool business. Here's Boomershine already with the first and the 10th. And the high flush 4. Just a heads up, we will, after this game concludes, We will attempt to bring in Aaron again. One of our shots, as far as bowling, may go down momentarily, and then we'll test that out and then get you back into bowling as soon as that test is complete. So that'll be right after game one. And if you are watching on Facebook, the only way to continue watching right now is on bowltv.com. 4 channels of coverage, not including the main channel where we tend to bounce around a little bit and see what's going on based on what's happening on the lanes. Again, if you are watching on Facebook, I'm going to head on over to bowltv.com. Get yourself an event pass for the rest of the week or the weekend. The second one of the 10th, a good one for Zavala, and here she is now in the 10th frame. What a game this has turned out to be for her. Wow. That has been the day for Stephanie Zavala. 247. She started round 1 this morning with 246, so already one better. No corals right now for Stephanie on the fresh. And meanwhile, it's been what we thought might have been the case for Stephanie is the case right now for Jay Rich. 9 spare, a lot of them. If she makes one more here, missed one early in the first frame. She can get another one here. Can only get to 196 with a strike on the fill. For Stephanie, and we talked to her at the end of course, round 1, and she was able to get comfortable early and get into her A game, which is kind of what I thought, but we hadn't seen her, and we didn't see her until game 4 or 5 here on this side of the building. But the way Curtis and we talked to Matt McNeil, they were describing how Stephanie's game or day was going. So she certainly was further left than everybody, and she was able to do what she likes to do. And generally speaking, I think when you're able to do that, it's going to give you an instant level of comfort. And in many aspects, there are a lot of people right now who simply just can't do what Stephanie is doing. Give it a run. Oh, nice run there at the 6-8 for Angelimar Beasley. Unfortunately, she finishes with 174. She is 24. I am pretty certain. She may be 25. When I talked to her in Cleveland, her birthday was in late May. I'll have to confirm that, but she is either 24 or 25 years old. There's our guy, Joe. Joe Angeloni, the man who allowed us to do a live taste test of cannolis from the Tony Bakery, Don Tony Bakery on Bowl TV this morning. Door Tony, excuse me. Door Tony Bakery and Pastry Shop. All right, nearing completion here on game one. Again, if you're watching on Facebook, this preview will end here momentarily. Head on over to bowltv.com to watch the rest of the round. Alicia Current will have our final shots on lane 7 and 8, specifically lane 7. A strike to get it to 202. And during this brief intermission, we will take this time to test Aaron Smith's audio. We'll take our bowling down momentarily. We'll be back up shortly, hopefully with good, clean audio from Aaron Smith. 201 for Alicia Carrot. All right, here we go. All right, here's the test.
Hello.
Oh, I think we're all right. I think.
Hello.
Maybe.
People in Bowl TV, talk to us.
Bowl TV will let us know.
Let us know. My apologies for the static earlier, but hopefully it is all resolved.
No one's saying anything, so I'm still not quite sure.
The anticipation is killing me.
James has said success. Rep 2327 says static free.
Static free. All right.
Scott says yay. Christy says hi. I don't know if that means your static is out, but we accept all highs and hellos nonetheless. Hi, Christy Kins.
Man, we should do this every round. Look at all these comments we're getting. Goodness.
Come in at a very high rate of speed.
We appreciate it, folks. This is we appreciate the help here. It's nice to be back. I can't wait to talk about the last 5 games now after I got a game off. How about that?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go take a nap.
All right, let's bring in Curtis as well. We'll get him back on the screen in a second. Make sure he can hear us as well.
Hey, we got the band back together.
The band is reunited. One night only.
One night only. Friday, Friday, Friday.
That's right. All right, so we're back in business here. I have no idea what happened in game 1 because I was messing with that the whole time. But yeah, let's boogie. Let's have some fun.
Absolutely.
Here on Bowl TV.
All right, Curtis. Curtis, what'd you see? What you got?
Well, it looks like Alexis Nair and Josie Barnes won that game on the low end of the house. Josie Barnes shoots 250. Placked at a 10 pin, I believe, in the 8th frame, and then another 9 count there. But really strong. She really straight up the board. Something, lots and lots of shine with a very, very aggressive bowling ball, and the ultimate result was just almost like playing down and in. It seemed very strange. Toward the end of the game, she moved outside a little more and picked up another ball and looked like she had another solid line to the pocket. But she was the only one I really saw scoring in that area. So it's going to be interesting to see how she kind of makes adjustments in the transition from pair to pair. But again, it's stringing strikes is hard to come by, and it's still pretty slow scoring pace, it seems.
You said Josie Barnes. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. We'll start there for Jose. Did you mention someone else, or did I hear that?
Alexis Nair had, I believe, a 230 or 240 game. Had actually a pretty good streak there going. Josie actually had the front 7. So, one of the biggest streaks we've seen here on the day. So, if you can hit them, the carry's there right now, but I think it'll go away pretty quick.
Just for the record, because we talked about nuclear evidence for this black cloud situation. Were you watching Josie Barnes when she had the front 7?
No, I was not.
Okay, so you're not even – okay, so it wasn't even your fault. Right.
It was absolutely not my fault. I don't have a camera on me right now, so I'm definitely not the black cloud.
Good. Okay. All right. Well, we appreciate that, Curtis. Just an update for you. I'm not sure if you saw it. Obviously, we were getting the business together, but Stephanie Zavala, 247.
Yeah. She's pretty good. She's pretty decent. And that was with
Uh-oh. There it is.
Sorry, folks. We'll try to get this resolved here.
Sorry, Aaron. We think it's Aaron. Aaron's going to be that guy today, and it's not his fault. All right. Well, Curtis, we appreciate you, and we'll chat with you in a little bit. All right, that is Curtis Von Kruger, ladies and gentlemen. Aaron Smith maybe in and out of tonight's round. And, well, that just means I better saddle up. Let me get some tea. And I'm in for the night. I know Aaron's going to double check and see what can be done. So while we have that, Curtis mentioned Alexis Nair. We'll get a chance to see her here on 5 and 6. Summer Jasmine, who ended the first round with 269. Now joining us on 7 and 8, along with Diana Zavyalova, Danielle Marino, Brianna Klemmer, and Liz Johnson. Alexis Nair is with Lauren Pate, Rachel Hines, and again, Diana Zavyalova. All right, we've got game scores after game one here, round two, 7 games overall. We just talked about what Stephanie Zavala has done, and of course, you only add 47 more pins to your total. Stephanie Zavala, ladies and gentlemen, at plus 247. Jordan Richard is second at plus 95. It is getting pretty serious. The lead continues to grow. Now for Stephanie Zavala. Wow. So again, Jay Rich is second at plus 95. Liz Colkin is third at plus 84. Rihanna Klemmer now into fourth place at plus 70, plus 70. Jen Higgins, who has been around the top 5 the majority of the day, minus after 6 games. She shot 169 in game 6 this morning. And unfortunately, that dropped her at the time. I'll tell you in 1 second as soon as I can find her name. Just to 11th. And that is where she finished round 1. Now back into 5th place at plus 39. Stephanie Johnson at plus 31 is in 6th place. Taylor Boltice is 7th at plus 27. Verity Crawley is 8th at plus 25. Josie Barnes is 9th at plus 24 after the big 259 game that Curtis talked about. And Taylor Bailey now in 10th place at plus 19. 16 players even or plus. Right now, Daria Payok is even. And 32nd now has dropped, I believe, another 9 pins. Yep, to minus 67. And that is Caitlin Johnson at the present moment. Minus 67 right now is your cut number after 7 complete games here at the PWBA BVL Open, live from Farmingdale Lanes in Farmingdale, New York. My name is Emil Williams Jr. At some point, hopefully, we will have Aaron Smith back. Curtis Von Kruger is here, checking out any video needs and providing some great updates on what is going on. Not only on our side of the building, but on the other side, the high side, here at Farmingdale Lanes. Diane, we only have cameras here, 4 channels worth, 5 through 20 will be our main coverage from a visibility perspective. Of course, if the field continues to wind down and be cut, at one point certainly we'll have every match and every player when we get to the top 12 and obviously into the stepladder finals. If there is a particular player that you are looking for, certainly we'll try to provide an update as best as we can. And at the very least, I can tell you when they will be on the channels that we do have. So if you have someone specific, please let me know. All right, Brianna Klemmer started double 9 spare. Again, she has moved into 4th place. Shot 234, now at plus 70, and puts another on the board in frame number 4. Now back-to-back opens, unfortunately, there for Lauren Pate. There's Liz Johnson. If you are curious, of course, right now, let's see, PWBA 4 Stephanie Johnson in the top 10. She's on a pair with Amanda Nardiello, Azarette Zetter, and Fania Kobo. And also Caitlin Johnson, Melissa Kammerer, Courtney Ermish, and Daria Payok down on PWBA 4. (17, 18, 19, and 20 in PWBA 4. Christopher, that would be a good assumption. Alexis is indeed Anthony's sister, Anthony Nair. Oh, wow. A 7-pin that doesn't fall. And not only did it not fall, that was mean and rude. And clearly that 7-pin doesn't know that was Liz Johnson. James, yes, I did share. They're actually at the tournament staff office table for multiple reasons. One, I don't need to eat anymore, and I've only had 2. And to ensure every level of fairness and everyone gets an opportunity to have some. Practice swing there for DZ to begin essentially her approach. Liz Johnson currently is 15th at +2. Amanda Najokis is 11th, and she ended the first round in the top 5, 5th to be specific. But Najokis now at +16. Sandra Gongora, 12th at +13. Bjørgen Norwikes, 13th at +4 after shooting 237 to kick off the round. And Summer Jasmine, unfortunately, we talked about the 269 game she shot in game 4, is looking to rebound immediately, opening up round 2, unfortunately, with 123. So losing, obviously, some pins, of course, and that gets her to +3. Alexis Nyer, a great collegiate career at Delaware State. She performed very well at the U.S. Women's Open in 2019 at Texas Station. Really made match play. Did advance to the cashier's round. And through the nose again, there's Summer Jasmine. And I guess for Summer, just one frame at a time at this point. Throw away game one. Ultimately, while you'd prefer not to have certainly that type of game, it hasn't affected you from the standings wise because the scoring pace is certainly low enough to where you can get away with a game like that. Maybe not in certainly other weeks, but this week you can, and it certainly helped to have 269 in the previous game earlier today to help that. All right, good spare as we await Lauren Pate. Wow, indeed it was. The Nyer family does not mess around indeed. That's certainly one of the cooler families in this sport. Pretty sure I saw Leslie Bone here earlier today. At least I thought I did. Bone family, the Kent family, for example. Thinking of bowling families. Think BVL. Think Johnny Petraglia, certainly. And DZ will take a step back here. And looking at her thumb. Didn't like the feel. Good shot there for Nyer. Backs up the 410. I'm not sure what she picked up in the sixth frame to strike in the eighth. Alexis Nyer right now is in 42nd place at minus 110, but she opened up this round with 237. We're trying to slowly kind of chop at that number. Until she finds herself in the cut, which, again, with the pace, it's certainly doable. Next week, we head to Albany, New York. Thank you, Jerry. Kingpin's Alley Family Fun Center in South Glen Falls, New York. Zachary was in the chat earlier and had some great things to say about the center. Just looking forward to it. Should be fun. And I believe it will be. Dates, of course, June 3rd through the 5th. Good luck to Brian and everyone headed to the SYC. Yeah, I guess it's we can certainly start talking about that number. Speaking of the cut number, and I believe, and I'm going to double check, but I think since game one, maybe game two, that number has been on this steady decline. And I think for a lot of players, this round might be a lot of risk for the ultimate reward. And if Scott is still in the chat, I would just love his thoughts as a professional or former professional, but he is someone who certainly has been a part of his fair share of professional events. When the scoring pace and the cut number is considerably low, and when players tend to struggle, is it worth the risk? Do players more opt to make or take a risk because of the scoring pace and say, okay, if this doesn't work, I can still try to salvage something because the cut number looks to be pretty low? I feel like a few players will probably have that mindset tonight. Note in the chat about Shaolin Zulkifli. She's down on 15 and 16 on PWBA 3. I mentioned Shaolin as someone who I thought would be successful this week. Evan asked about Josie. Specifically, Josie is going to be on the high side of the building for the first 3 games. And then we'll see her on 5 and 6 in game 4. To your point about how she's doing, I'm sure we can get Curtis when he makes his game 2 update. Way to get the 10 out there, Liz. Play straight up the boards. Certainly not uncommon when you watch LJ's game. Get to 195. All right, let's take a look at the cut number from game 1. So game 1, it was -8. Then after game 2, it was -14. So from -8 to -14. Then after 3 games, it was -25. After game 4, -53. Major decline there. After 5 games, it went up briefly to -47. After 6 games, back down to -58. That skipped game 5. No, I was right. After 5, it was -47. We ended the round earlier again after 6 games at -58. And then after 1 game here this round, 7 games overall, it has dropped again to -67. It's improved only by a few pins, 1 game so far during this tournament. I'm speaking of the cut number. It has been minus to start, and it's definitely going to be minus as we continue. when I talked about the risk reward, the other side to that coin is 9 spares is really good today. And because of that, maybe some players won't take risks. They'll try to keep it in the 1-3 or the 1-2, leave something makeable, and kind of grind it out. So for someone like Alexis Nair, who struggled a little bit, but is making a nice run to start round number 2, it's certainly going to play in her favor. Already the 2 teams certainly with good count. That one crosses over. But give a lot of credit certainly to Alexis spare shooting there. Again, the 4-9, thanks to Jerry Mars. Appreciate that. Letting me know. And the 6, the 4-10, and the 7 follows that with a 4-bagger and finds herself with 215. So again, 237, 215, the first 2 games here, round number 2 for Alexis Nair. Did not have fun this morning. Had a couple of 140 games, a couple of 170 games. And found herself at minus 147 and again chopping at that number. Meanwhile, Brianna Clemmer, even with the 310 here, Clemmer is moving on up the leaderboard, but in a different way. She's already at plus 70 after a 234 game. And maybe perhaps kind of that breakout week for Miss Clemmer is coming up. Pride of Clover, South Carolina. We'll finish the game with 226. And we just talked about essentially 2 rookies on this tour. The rookie class will be a storyline throughout the season. Yeah, I think, Jeff, I think you've got something there. And I only wonder, is that because players wanted to try something different to start them fresh? Maybe in an attempt to try to break down the lanes in more of a uniform fashion to help with transition and something favorable later in the block. It's a very nice finish. By Rachel Hines on 7 and 8. Rachel from Medford, New York. The non-members who are competing this week. Rookie leader in points, James, is Caitlin Johnson at the moment. Aaron Smith wrote a very nice preview on that, specifically the rookie class and where they are kind of after the first major, how everyone is kind of stacking up. And Caitlin Johnson with a slim lead. But you look at what Stephanie Zavala has done these last few weeks and certainly what she's doing right now. And it's still going to be anyone's contest because that award is based on points and not votes, just like the player of the year, based on points. Okay, folks, just I just want to alarm you right now. We're going to attempt to have Aaron Smith join us again. Please don't be alarmed, but feel free to yell virtually and through the chats if you hear something. And obviously, I will let Aaron know if we hear something as well. Aaron, I would even just start with just an unmute and see what that gives us. So far, so good. It's early, though. It's early. As we are now complete, or excuse me, just about complete. One field ball left. On 5, 6, 7, and 8, this is PWBA 1. All right, my man, go ahead and give it a whirl. I wish you guys could see him right now. We need this to go right. 172 to end things, and game 2 officially over. Okay, guy, come on. Actually, I don't hear him. All right, false hope there. So false hope. All right, well, we'll keep trying. We'll move on to game 3. All right. Well, we'll continue to work on it. I will take a very small break. I'm going to run through and make a few changes to some other channels. And while we have a quick second, here, let's make sure we hit up on our BVL, folks, Bowlers for Veterans link. Don't forget, be sure to donate if you can at bvl.org or bowl.com/BVL. Hang tight. Be right back. right, we'll keep it here momentarily for 5, 6, 7, and 8. And I know we saw a little bit of Gigi earlier. I didn't really get a chance to watch Clara up close in that sense, so we'll watch Clara a little bit this game. James, that's fantastic, by the way. Thanks to everyone who has or will donate it to BVL this weekend and throughout the year. Thanks to all of the veterans for their wonderful service, including Curtis Von Kruger. Spent some time in the Navy. A very good friend of mine, actually, is still in the Navy. Actually, I think, let's see, that would be about, 17, 18 years from now. All right, so again, Jasmine Mason, Clara Guerrero, Nicole Salisbury from Kirkwood, New York. And Christina Hartle in on, that's right, in on 7 and 8. Sydney Brummett, Kelly Kulick. Get a chance to see Jen Higgins, again, who has been quietly around the top 5 throughout the day. And just as I say that, our score dasher, thanks Mike Flanagan, Kathy Watka has provided some new scores. So and finishing out 7 and 8, Suzanne Maureen. From I need to Google her hometown just to make sure that is what I'm reading. It's actually cut off. So for everyone who is from New York or in the East Coast, but just let me know, is it Castleton on Hudson, New York? Is that proper for Suzanne Maureen? That might be the greatest city name I've ever heard in my life. If you are just joining us, Commander, if you are watching PWBA 2, one of these score monitors went out. So it is actually the monitor itself in the building has gone out. So all 4 players on the particular pair on that particular channel, specifically 9 and 10, all 4 scores will be on the left side of the monitor. And having said that, let me make a small adjustment for you. You should be able to see exactly what you need there. All right, good afternoon, good evening to Troy and everyone watching here on Bowl TV. If you're just joining us, this is Game 3. Game 3 of 6, kind of moving right along. Thank you all for hanging tough. We've had a few quarrels, some issues here. We've narrowed them down to, unfortunately, the glue who keeps all of this together. That is why you don't hear from Aaron Smith right now. We went to test his audio, wasn't sure. We're going to try it again at some point. But nonetheless, Stephanie Zavala is still your leader after 8 games at plus 251. Jordan Richard, second at plus 109. Brianna Klimmer continues to climb the leaderboard now to third at plus 96. Liz Colkin has had a very strong and consistent day. She's fourth at plus 86. Josie Barnes now in fifth after the 259 game. She follows with 225. Now Barnes into fifth place. So a very nice start for Josie Barnes. Crawley Verity from England, of course, in sixth place at plus 47. Taylor Boltice is seventh at plus 40. Jen Higgins, eighth at plus 20. Shannon O'Keefe is ninth at plus 15. And Amanda Najokas, again, hanging strong, hanging tough, in 10th place at plus 14. The 11th place, Daria Payok, plus 11. Clara Guerrero is 12th at plus 10. Stephanie Johnson is 13th at plus 4. So the number of players, even or plus, has actually dwindled by 3. Just 13 now. Well, let's take a look at that cut number. Has it gone up a little bit? It has not. It has dropped yet again. This time now to minus 70. Minus 70 is the cut number. It has dropped 3 additional pins now after 8 games. And right now that number belongs to Kayla Jones of Johnstown, Pennsylvania. And for Kayla has had success on the fresh, and that's the easiest way to put it. At one point earlier today, she was in the top 5. She went 216, 242 to start round 1, and then ran into trouble. 2 140 games, a 160 game, and a 150 game. And on the fresh here in round number 2, she's gone 208, 259 to get back into the cut number. If anyone has a question about a particular player and where they are in the standings, let me know. Aaron dropped the qualifying 2 link for scores for you in the chat. Folks, good opportunity to let you know about Turbo Grips, whether you're looking to purchase your first new ball or you're a veteran of the sport. Turbo has functional and trendy accessories for bowlers of all ages and skill levels. From their patented quad 4-in-1 inserts to switch grips, their interchangeable thumb inserts, or any of their premier accessories, they are committed to providing bowlers with only the highest quality products and latest technologies. Turbo Grips. That's a good question. Rep 2327. I will put the word out for that answer. I'll let you know what I can come up with. Spare for Gigi. Her parents are made the trip out, I should say, with her this week. Gigi, of course, from Providence, Rhode Island. Actually, I may be slightly wrong about that. From Cranston, which is just near Providence. Saw the chat in regards to the hairstyle for Gigi. I would say more Afro puffs as opposed to Mickey Mouse. More like Lady of Rage. If you're unfamiliar with her, I would suggest you go to YouTube. She rocks rough and stuff with her Afro puffs. Rage. Rock on with your bad self. I want to listen to Lady of Rage now. I know somebody out there's got to know what I'm talking about. I'm actually going to be disappointed if that's the case. Good shot there for Gigi. See, on point, right? Gigi knows what's up. There's Christina Hartle. I know Kelly Kulik has made a lot of fans, certainly of hers, happy this year with a very good start to the season. People missed her in Cleveland as well. She was out at the ITCs on the broadcast with Dave Ryan on CBS Sports Network for the Intercollegiate Team and Singles Championships. An exciting and very good season again thus far for Kelly. Made the first couple of shows for the second swing of the tour, if you will. Okay, I got a few folks who know what I'm talking about on Lady of Rage. I appreciate that. I don't think I'm dating myself, per se. But I have been bumping like 2000s playlists. Lady of Rage is in the 90s. But I've been hardcore 2000s lately. 2000s rap R&B. That was like a highlights of life there. Here's Clara. Clara working on a double. Boy. And I can probably say I've seen at least 10 pocket 710s that kind of look just like that, right? Shot looks pretty good. It maybe you miss a board or two. Maybe you slightly missed it at the bottom. You're expecting a little bit of a better hit, especially on the light mixer, and you leave that. Hey, Gus, just let me know which players you want to make sure you're watching. I'll run these down for you here specifically on lanes 5 through 8. Someone asked about this earlier, and again, in my experience, some of the scoring systems, some of them, not all, but some do not have the capabilities. They may be a little bit older than others to have the names and totals essentially transfer, pair to pair, lane to lane, as they transition throughout the house. So not sure if that's the case here, but my guess is that's probably what it is. So let's go through it again for well, if I could find my paper, I could do that for you, Gus. Here we go. We talked about Gigi, we talked about Kelly, we talked about Sydney, but just to be sure. Nicole Salisbury from Kirkwood, New York. Christina Hartle, Clara Guerrero. There's Clara. She is letter C on 5 and 6. Sydney Brummett, letter B on 7 and 8. Kelly Kulik is letter D on that pair as well. There's Christina Hartle, letter B. Christina Hartle, by the way, from Ephrata, Pennsylvania. Jen Higgins and Suzanne Maureen round out 7 and 8. Someone reminded me, did I go over the scores in game number 8? Stephanie Zavala at plus 251. I forgot the comment, but someone said, are we sure that Stephanie is not bowling in a different building? That you could question that, because if you just look at the scores, one might wonder, wow. You know, rarely do you see this you see this level of distance between the leader and even in second, for that matter. But it does happen from time to time on tour. And that's just as simple as you give credit where credit is due. And right now, Stephanie Zavala is able to do some stuff that other players cannot. And I equate a lot of things to basketball, and sometimes that's as, you can throw the ball. It feels like you're throwing a basketball or shooting in the ocean or something like that, right? I see Steph with the front 6 down on 19 and 20. I need to make sure she's okay with Steph. We know that Steph's okay regarding Stephanie Johnson, but got to make sure that she's okay with that nickname. She might prefer a different one. It looks like we have something from our good man Curtis Von Kruger. Curtis.
Hey. Low end of the house still looks like it's continuing to score a little bit and relatively. Sarah Germano working on the front 7 right now. And you'll never believe what she's using to accomplish this. Playing straight up the boards with some urethane and making it happen, really coming off the spot quite nicely. She just slapped out a 7-pin in the 7. I'll keep you guys informed on what could potentially be a pretty good big game for her.
Where is she currently bowling?
It looks like she is on 39 and 40, I believe.
Okay, and just to let you know, in case Stephanie Zavala had the front 6, and looks like I see a 9 count. So, but Steph is down on 19 and 20.
Yeah, I'll keep you guys informed. Get over there to watch the next few shots, and we'll see what happens.
Okay, man. First opportunity potentially for the camera. Thanks, Curtis.
Bye, guys.
All right, so we'll keep you updated. Sarah Germano, former University of Pikeville standout. Whenever the tour is in New York, always see Sarah competing. Sarah, of course, from Rochester, New York. It's fair for Kelly. And for Kulik, again at minus 18 after 8 games, sitting in 20th. Not sure, but I think maybe the first hiccup for Stephanie Zavala, she may have missed that spare. And I believe she did in the 7th and is working on another 10 pin. No problem at all, Gus. Let's see. Valerie Bercier, just so to give you an idea of where she will be or where she currently is. Valerie, right now 37 and 38. She's going to move to 41 and 42. And then she will spend games 5 and 6 on 7 and 8 and 15 and 16, which will be on Bowl TV on either of our 4 channels. So Aaron Smith effectively, he doesn't get a vacation, but he does get to rest his voice. Because we do need to figure this out actually for tomorrow. so we will probably spend some extra time trying to figure this out post round. And it looks like we may have an opportunity for someone here at 270. And I'm trying to figure out who that person is. I believe it's Brianna Clemmer. Aaron, if let's see. Let's check it out here. Let's see. That would be correct. Yeah, I think it is Brianna Clemmer. We're probably going to miss that second shot in the 10th, but I'll keep you posted and updated. She leaves the 4-pin. So Brianna Clemmer. Want to be starting something, Brianna Clemmer. Or Brianna Clemmer, excuse me. 234, 226. And now looking at 268 with a spare. And that's a very good start to this round. That goes without saying, certainly. But I talked about GG. She was right now trying to take a look at lanes 9 and 10, scouting out her next pair. And that is what some of the players certainly do. And if you get done enough in time, and a lot of the reps also do that for players as well, they'll go to that next pair and try to take a few notes to give the players some idea before they get there. And D. James Clemmer, 268. Jen Higgins just moving right along. And, for Jen, who has made a step ladder final, certainly in her time on tour, certainly would like more, of course. And I think many, knowing her talent level, waiting for that time where she will have that breakout. Dominant player in Ohio. Team USA, junior Team USA member. 2019 battled a serious infection and bowled a few events I remember earlier this season, but just wasn't right. Took some time, had to get healthy, and bowled exceptionally well at the U.S. Women's Open at not 100%. So definitely a fighter. So a couple of players who are kind of following one another here. Alexis Nair and Brianna Klemmer. Nair has just put up a score as she completes the final frame of 224. So for Alexis, who has moved up to 39th at minus 95, puts up 224 to go along with games of 237 and 215 to start round 2. Meanwhile, Brianna Klemmer on the other side of things, but still she put in work and moving up the leaderboard. She's already in the top 3. She has gone 234, 226, 268. Update, Sarah Germano has the front 9 over on the high side of the building. Our first real black cloud situation, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll keep you posted. .728. Stephanie Zavala, for comparison's sakes, shot 701 on the fresh in round number 1. Brianna Klemmer has shot 728. For the first 3 in round number 2 this evening. .676 if you're scoring at home for Alexis Nair through the first 3 games here. 195 for Jen Higgins. That opened in the ninth, certainly costly there. Would have added a few pins to her total. She won't drop and shouldn't drop too much out of the standings, considering she will only give 5 back to the field. A good shot there on that field. That one just didn't quite get up the hill. For Suzanne Maureen. From Castleton on Hudson, New York. And I believe we will have an update on the Sarah Germano 300 from Curtis Von Kruger.
Well, got an update. The streak ends at 9, finishing with a 276. Kind of went high in the first shot of the 10th frame, but I do believe a 9-bagger is the most strikes I've seen in a row so far this tournament. Throwing that urethane ball, it looks like it's a good reaction. And I've heard a couple of other players now asking for reps and other people to get their urethanes to them, and I think they're going to start trying to get that look. And Verity Crawley was about to go on the pair, and she's like, well, this is going to be fun. So it's going to be interesting how we see that urethane affect other people's shots as the evening continues.
That is indeed interesting, Curtis. And Verity is someone who we often see urethane on tour. Not a lot of players use it that often, but where again, where was Sarah playing? I know you said up the boards, but whereabouts on the?
He's playing outside 5 really, and kind of getting it going across at the arrows. Really kind of just flat and just staying behind it pretty much and getting it to the pins. It was a very surprising line to see somebody throw out here, because the conventional wisdom has told people to move in with bigger balls and try to play that line, but she kind of went against that conventional wisdom and found some at least found the berries for a game.
Well, Sarah Germano right now regarding the standings is she was in 55th at minus 163, 176, 178, and now 270.
Really?
Yeah, and with the scoring pace, obviously, we talked about it. That's going to move her up several places.
Absolutely. I mean, that puts her right back in the thick of things right here. If she can come back and fire off another, obviously you want to bowl another 270, but she doesn't even need that really. 220, 230, stay clean, get a 3-bagger when you can, and she's looking right there at the cut. So this kind of puts her back into the mix here when it started to kind of seem like it was getting away from her. So we'll see if if Sarah can get back in this, and I'll keep you guys updated on that.
All right, thanks, Curtis. All right, good work from Curtis Von Kruger. Sarah Germano 276. And just finishing up here on 5, 6, 7, and 8. Game 3 is complete. We've got a few shots left to be thrown. Aaron Smith over on, I think PWBA 4 may have a few shots left. Kara Mangiola and Carson Lukosius both in the 10th frame. And one fill shot, I think, remaining for, yes, Missy Parkin, who just spared in the 10th frame, PWBA 2. So it looks like, Aaron, all of our bowlers will be complete within the next 30 to 60 seconds. Well, that's a nice little wrinkle. I was waiting for someone. We had talked about it and wondering if the gutter was indeed maybe going to play, or really if someone was going to be bold enough to try it. I think really was the situation. After talking with Chuck during the practice session, he mentioned this center notoriously known for good gutter play. Gutters would hook here, but the lane pattern didn't seem like it would provide that. And the player has taken upon themselves to do what they got to do to make the cut. And talked about risk rewards. And so far, looks like Sarah has taken a risk, and she has got a large reward to this point. So we'll see if she can continue that momentum. We're heading to game number 4. Aaron Smith, I'm going to go change a few things. We're going to try your mic one more time. And then we'll be back at it, folks. Again, I know we had some folks wondering about Josie Barnes. I mentioned game 4. She should be making her way here, at least to this side, and she will on 5 and 6 here in game 4. Back with you in a moment here on Bowl TV. Bowling lives here. All right, good people. Good story about I talked about Alexis Nyer and her very nice start to this round. This start to her brother Anthony. Someone mentioned that in the chat or asked the question. Was Anthony Alexis's brother? And yes. And he actually made the drive up here this morning from Milton, Pennsylvania, about 4 hours. He said with traffic. And wanted to help Alexis a little bit. Make a couple ball changes, some different things here for this round specifically. She split a lot earlier today, but she is in a good position, in a position where the cut will come to her. So, and now it seems to certainly have righted the ship. There is Josie Barnes. Kicked off competition game one. This round specifically, 259. Josie coming off a game of 169. Assistant head coach at Vanderbilt University. She's had a couple of her former players on tour with her. We talked about that over the course of, not today, but just over the course of a season. With McKendry, for example, Shannon O'Keefe, Taylor Bailey, and Brianna Klemmer, for example. We saw Hope Bramley competing at the Queens. But Vanderbilt now with Giselle Poss, Maria Bolanova. Also Lauren Pate, of course, speaking of McKendry specifically. There's Ashley Galante. Good shot there. She wraps the 10-pin. Let's see. Rep, to your question earlier regarding new pins, these are about 3 weeks old. Score dash is actually right here, just as I say that. So I do have scores in hand, which means they will be up shortly online. The lead now for Zavala, 120 pins. And she sits at plus 285. Jordan Richard is second at plus 165. Brianna Klemmer is third at plus 164. And Liz Culkin fourth at plus 100. And Taylor Boltice fifth at plus 86. Taylor having a very solid start to this round at 694 for the first three games. Interesting note from specifically about Taylor and her first four games to start today. and speaking of round one, 190, 178, 176, 172. Those are the first 4 games for Taylor Boltice this morning. Games 5 and 6, 244, 232. Since then, of course, add in what we see today, or this round, 235, 213, 246. So clearly some differences. She's made a change or 2. And at some point, I'm going to try to figure out and talk to her about that, what those changes might have been specifically. Daria Payok, 6th and plus 65. Verity Crawley is 7th at plus 36. Josie Barnes, 8th at plus 18. Jen Higgins falls to 9th at plus 15. Clara Guerrero, 10th at plus 11. Tied for 11th is Stephanie Johnson and Summer Jasmine at plus 9. And Shannon O'Keefe, and what I think is a very good spot right now, 13th at plus 3. I mean, that, and I know we're looking at the paces, and clearly what Stephanie Zavala is doing, and to some degree, Jordan Richard was doing earlier today as well. Brianna Clemmer now is 728 for the first 3. Keep that in mind. But someone like Shannon O'Keefe, who certainly can make a run, you give her 6 additional games in the morning to make the top 12. And if she gets there, who knows what can happen. So same thing with a Julia Bond, who is 5 for 14th right now with Amanda DeJokis. Amanda's struggling a little bit here this round. 539 for the first 3. She's at minus 8. First 200 game for Liz Johnson came just in game 3 here this evening. She's at minus 11. Danielle McEwen rebounded earlier today after a tough start this morning. Going 40 over here this evening at minus 18. Sandra Gongora at minus 24 in 18th place. Kayla Jones, who I talked about earlier. Talking about enjoying the fresh. The first 2 games this morning, 216, 242, and then it just was a struggle for the rest of the block. She followed the first 2 games this evening, 208, 259 with 241. So she has shot 700 or better for the first 3 as well. So keep an eye on Kayla Jones. And unfortunately, let's see, we won't see or be able to see Kayla Jones until game 6. She'll be back on this side of the building on lanes 5 and 6. Liz Johnson right now 16th place. 16th place for Liz Johnson at minus 11. If you're referring to Shannon O'Keefe there, Paul, she is 13th. 13th at plus 3 after 9 games. Your cut number, minus 80. Minus 80. That is Amanda Nardiello at the moment at minus 80. She is currently tied with Alicia Current, which means there is a possibility of a tie tonight. And that would be a roll-off. If you're familiar or that name sounds familiar to you, former player at Sacred Heart University. This pattern has played tough. I think I saw Nick Hoagland in the chat. And you can't look at Stephanie Zavala's score and then think about the lane pattern. Because what she's doing is just in a different mindset. She's in a different zone, different area code than many of the other players so far this week. But this pattern certainly is difficult, and it's being proven each and every game. To be perfectly honest with you, 40 feet, 24 milliliters total oil, but a lot on the forward run. 20.2. It's a very distinct kind of hourglass type shape to it. So that minus 80 number. And by the way, Alexis Nair has bowled her way into the cut with just the first 3 games at 676 after shooting 1053 for 6 earlier today. So, again, folks, you just need a few games at this point to either stay or get into the number. Sarah Germano, who shot 276, has moved on up to 35th. She's tied with Danielle Niddle and Gigi Mason at minus 87. Valerie Bercier is 34th at minus 82. We actually could see a few players and some names that we aren't used to seeing, which for me, and I think everyone, is always a good thing. I would love to see Danielle Niddle make the round of 32. Our resident PWBA meteorologist certainly could spend some time here. She is a radio broadcaster herself. Actually goes out nationally for certain radio reports. I can even hear her in Chicago on certain days on WDBM AM. Danielle has gone 166, 238, 204. Kara Mangiola is near the number at minus 90. Maria Bolanova has rebounded after 142 to start this round, 224, 213. Carrie Smith at minus 96. Azeret Zetter, I talked to a little bit earlier before the round started this evening, and said she was having a little trouble with her left knee, which was kind of causing some balance issues, and sometimes not being able to post shots, which of course leverage and balance always important in this sport. But she's still within striking distance, still got a chance. Sydney Brummett at minus 101, 224, 179, 209. We talked about the nice streak for Abby Ragsdale to start, but that's in danger. And the streak is of cashing in each event so far for her. She's at minus 101 at the moment. Tied for 42nd. Gongora, high flush strike there. First double of the game for Sandra Gongora. A nice friendly hug from Brunswick teammates. Tasha gave a hug to Ashley Galante. Okay, folks. We haven't heard Aaron Smith since game 1, and we didn't really hear him then. So we're going to give this another go. This is a kind of a warning, if you will, or of a different warning, like not the giveaway warning or siren or thing we were talking about in round one. This one probably should be, trucks or large vans. Typically, when they're reversing, you can hear the beep beep going off, to make sure you can hear them, see them, etc. Think about that prior to Aaron Smith attempting to get back into the stream, hopefully with clean audio. Aaron Smith. Here we go. Here we go.
Hello.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Emil Williams Jr.
So far, so good.
Everybody else, the audio levels aren't going through the roof. At least here from the mixer.
We're in the clear at the moment, but we had false hope the last time this happened.
It's true. It was a very short-lived moment.
Armando trying to work the system, and I like it.
All right, Emil, take us home.
What?
I assume that's all I was coming on for, just to make sure it works, so we
Oh,
don't
okay.
test it afterwards.
Okay. Well, I think the only thing we'll have to worry about, Aaron, is you may have to speak up a little bit because I don't want you to touch anything on that mixer.
It's a fair point.
So if you've got to yell into the microphone for the final 2 games and some change, that's fine. You're good, but you're a little low. But I don't want you to do it.
Sounds like a dicey proposition, but I will do my best to be aggressive with my vocals.
I like how you phrased that.
Emil, when I came into this broadcast over a wave of static, I had done a little research prior to the start of this block because I was intrigued by this cut number. And I said, when was the last time a cut number was that low? So I looked at over the course of 2019, and in this type of format, there was only one event where the cut to the top 32 was even, and that was at Fountain Valley. Sandra Anderson ended up winning that one.
How about that? That was 19?
That was in 2019, yep. Taking a look at the U.S. Women's Open. That took a 197.88 average to make it out of the first cut after 24 games. I took a look at 2018. Sonoma, of course, had that memorable final where somehow Shannon O'Keefe and Verity Crawley both shot in the 260s after nobody shot anything for the entire week. That cut number for 32 games was at minus 65, but with a few more games, that was a 195.94 average.
Was that an 8-game format at that time?
That was 8 games, though, so 16 before the first cut. So we really got to go back to the 2017 season to where we've seen a pattern challenge the players this much overall. With the U.S. Women's Open, it has multiple patterns. But to see one pattern do this and kind of trip up the players. And of course, this pin carry is making it a little frustrating, I'm sure, for a few folks, but But 2017, there were some tough patterns out there in 2017, so the players haven't seen anything quite like this in a couple of seasons. Most notably, the Sonoma County Open in 17, which I believe was 40 feet and flat, where it took a 185 average, minus 172 to make the top 32.
Yeah, that was, as we watch Dasha here, double there, Dash on the heels of a good spare in the ninth, and she'll be in the 220s. And listen, and Kimberly certainly was there. She can attest to it. I think she bowled. And 17, and that was the first event of the season. I mean, talk about a way to open up a season. The most brutal lane condition you could probably have. Definitely. And maybe throughout as we just went through these numbers, Aaron. That's really good work. Did not expect it. Would not expect nothing less than you in that regard. Good research there. I know you had way more time than you thought or anticipated.
Very true. Very true.
That was that year Rocio won that show, by the way, on that title in Sonoma, and it was Brandy Branca's first career TV appearance. She was the number 2 seed. So just to recap that, Aaron. So we've got Sonoma that particular year, right? It's the toughest. And then second was
basically all of 2017 was second. Sonoma was up there by a sizable margin, but there were a lot of cuts to the top 32 that were less than a 200 average. There were a lot of minus 50s, minus 60s, minus 70s, and such. So 2017 was a challenging year out on the lanes over the course of the season. Scoring pace picked up a little bit in 2018 outside of the trip to Sonoma. And then since then, we really haven't seen a cut number go into the minus outside the U.S. Women's Open, which is a totally different format and different type of event. That one had a flat pattern on it as well for 8 of the games, which slowed down the scoring pace. But for one pattern to produce a minus score, the last time this happened on tour was 2018 in Sonoma.
well, we can pretty much guarantee that obviously we'll have a negative number here this week, and I think that's good every now and then. The same way I feel about high scores, the same way I feel about low and more challenging numbers. I do believe we need those. Maybe not weekly, but a few weeks out of the year certainly to, players gotta. I think the variety is necessary. High scoring, low scoring, medium scoring, and that's why Nick Hoagland spends a lot of time in the Hoagland Dome, if you will, deciphering all of these patterns and such, coming up with what he's going to do. Speaking of that, Curtis has been on the spot for us, providing updates on this lane condition, especially over on the high side of the building. Curtis, what do you got for us?
Hey, just following up with Sarah Germano, comes back with a 245, so she shot 120 plus over for the last 2 games, and definitely now is well in control. Still playing that same line, playing, up 5 with urethane, kind of pointing at the pocket, and it is shattering pins right now. So interested to see how she kind of puts another game and really kind of get her in position to make this cut. Other than that, scores have kind of been tempered down there at the high end of the house, and it's going to be a scrappy finish here as these ladies try to put themselves in position to make this final cut.
Good stuff there, Curtis. That she was just outside the number. She was in 35th place at minus 87, so that's going to jump her right in to the cut here. So a bold move paying off for Sarah.
Yeah, it just again reinforces that point that you're only really, you're only one good game away from really putting yourself in contention. So You know, if you're in that minus 100 range right now, minus 110, you got to stay focused. Realize you're not out of this. A 220, 230 game, and you're right back in it. So it'll be an exciting finish here on the island, as we say.
Indeed, it will.
Nice catch there.
Thanks, Curtis.
Yes, sir.
All right, my man KVK. And Aaron, we will have Sarah Germano on PWBA 2 in Game 5 on 9 and 10 specifically. So for all of you out there, you've heard the Curtis updates. 276, now a game of 240 plus with urethane, playing up the boards, playing outside. We just saw Carrie Smith point essentially the gutter, playing right to left for a few frames over on 5 and 6, or 7 and 8, I believe it was. Uh-oh. What's happening there? What's happening, bro? Well, at least we got Aaron for a nice amount of time there in that Game 5, or Game 4, excuse me. He gave us some really good information about cut numbers before it all went to you know what. But Sarah Germano will be on lanes 9 and 10. In fact, I can see her right now. She is making her way. All right, so all right, so 5 and 6 is about ready. And then again, we're going to take a look at 9 and 10 here momentarily. Once they kick things off on 5 and 6 coming up, Summer Jasmine, Brianna Clemmer, who has been on a tear this round as well, Danielle Marino, and Liz Johnson. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not correct. My apologies. Looking at round 1. My bad. Shanna Chapelski, Verity Crawley, Suzette Draper, and Danielle McEwen on 5 and 6. And then Shannon O'Keefe, Amanda Najokis, and Valerie Bercier on 7 and 8. That's funny. Aaron's going to try an alternative at some point. We actually still do have quite a few players still bowling game number 4. While 5, 6, 7, and 8 are already into game number 5. And looks like the same is going to be true on 9 and 10 as well. They'll be beginning shortly. Meanwhile, 11 and 12 still with players in the 10 frame. Hello to Hope Gramley watching in the chat. I'm sure this was covered during the Queens, but Hope, the best two sports star that I know. All-conference volleyball player. And the D2, D3 NCAA Player of the Year, and an All-American on the bowling side. Quite a few split pickups, quite a few conversions today, which means a lot, certainly, with this scoring pace. Shannon O'Keefe, a little weak 10 there. And again, I thought Shannon's in a very good position. Yeah, no need to panic, certainly. She was +3 after 9 games. Not sure on what Brianna did shoot. I thought someone mentioned that it was a pretty high game, though. All right, I believe everyone is officially now into Game 5 across the build, or at least on this side. We'll have some new scores for you here momentarily. And at some point soon, Aaron Smith will try his alternative audio solution.
Alternative audio, let's go. Any luck?
It works. A little loud.
Apparently too well.
Yeah, a little bit. I think it's the opposite. Now we may need you to talk soft.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
I lied when I said I was good at projecting my voice.
The good news is we're at the end of the block. I think we can make it through. You may even take a few steps back essentially from the computer. Right, a couple of really good starts, and of course, just as I say that, a 210 on lane 8. Verity with the opening frame split, followed by a 3-bagger. That's a good point, Evan, and I think that was Amanda the Jokers, by the way. Yeah, I think D-Mac's injury is going to follow her throughout the remainder of the season until she is able to take a significant amount of time off. And that won't necessarily happen until July. But she is a warrior. She's a fighter. And quite frankly, she's a bowler and she's a professional. And if she can bowl, she's going to. And we've seen her battle through it and have some exceptional rounds, such as Cleveland, for example. Battling, of course, Queens, and battling here as well. I think she have a few family members this time around also checking things out, so I know that certainly has to help. Four in a row now for Verity. Tough start here for Valerie Bercier, but gets spare. Trying to get something going, as is D-Mac. Sure, we can get you some scores. There's Aaron Smith dropping that link. Olsan is woken up. All right, looks like I've got game 10 scores. And don't look now. But Brianna Klimmer moved into second place at plus 211. Stephanie Zavala with some company now at plus 278. Zavala's still your leader. But Brianna Klimmer, 234, 226, 268. We talked about that. And then the 247 in game 4 of this round. She is plus 175. So far through 4 games to get to plus 211 with 2 to go. Jordan Richard, third, plus 179. 256, 214 last couple of games. Taylor Boltice now into 4th place. And Taylor now at plus 107 for 4 games this round. Plus 99. Daria Payok is 5th at plus 90. She is 55 over this block. Liz Colkin has given a few pins back. She shot 179, which puts her at plus 79. And then there is a significant drop-off. Between 6th and 7th place, Colkin at plus 79, Verity Crawley and Summer Jasmine tied for 7th at plus 36. Josie Barnes is 9th at plus 27, and Shannon O'Keefe is 10th at plus 17. Other players plus Julia Bond, Jen Higgins tied for 11th at plus 16. Liz Johnson 13th at plus 11. Stephanie Johnson 14th at plus 2. Danielle McEwen, pretty solid and consistent block here. Plus 50 overall to get to minus 8. She's 15th. Cash number, cut number right now, minus 77. That is Sydney Brummett. 1 pin back of that number is Azaret Zetter of Mexico, minus 78. Danielle Niddle, 34th at minus 86. Abby Ragsdale shot 248 to get back into the number. She is 29th at minus 53. Mentioned Sarah Germano into the number after that 276, 245 back to back. She's 24th at minus 42. And after what was an excellent block this morning for Rocio Restrepo, things have become unglued here in round 2. 162, 170, 192, and 132. Can't speculate on what's going on there. But my first thought is we struggle sometimes. Certainly, players do. I would be wondering if her hip is all right. At the same time, we've seen a lot of good players struggle in this pattern. And some names who are not right now in the top 32. Luigi trying to get there. He's 22 back at the moment at minus 99. Tata Rocio. Gary Smith at minus 115. Alicia Curran at minus 114. Elise Bolton is nearby at minus 94. Caitlin Johnson struggling a bit this game, or excuse me, this block as well. She's at minus 148. Diana Zavjalova. Maybe even one of her finest events so far, probably of her career. He has yet to shoot 200. If you're talking about rarities, that would be one. Wow, what a pattern here. Hey, Mike. All right, Crawley, 9th frame. That was 10 back. Where's Valerie Bercier at in the standings? She too struggling here in this game. Hello to Amanda Vermillier. Valerie right now 30th, minus 61. Speaking of Bercier. So as this game comes to a bit of a close, at some point we will take you over to PWBA 2. And obviously many of you can certainly go watch that. If you'd like to, you can. But we wanted to hone in on what Sarah Germano, see if she can continue her good momentum with the ball change to urethane in game 3. Gets to the front 9, shot 276, followed with 245. But first, DMAC. 10th frame. Nice shot there. Mike doing some clarification on his predictions. I knew he had picked Jordan Richard in some capacity earlier today. And this could be a very good, very huge 180 game. And that's where we are with some of the scores, some of the players today. 180. You can sneak out 180, you're going to be in good shape. If you are just joining us, this is Game 5 here, round number 2 of the PWBA BVL Open. Polish Veterans Link. My name is Emil Williams Jr. from Farmingdale Lanes in Farmingdale, New York. With the sometimes Aaron Smith here in round 2 and Curtis Von Kruger. Thanks to the staff, to Neil Milligan. Kathy Waka is back this week. And Caitlin Nelson, Bill Winters running the lanes and handling things on behalf of Kegel and the entire staff here, the Laspina family proprietors here at Farmingdale Lanes. Big opportunity here for Shannon Chapelski. Chance to get to 208. She is 44th at minus 124. So a few back, certainly. More than a few with a game to go. And a 3-6-10. And you can tell just how important that shot was based on her reaction. Not the ending that Verity Crawley was looking for. 201. Open in the 10th in the single pin. Open frame there for Chapelski. And she has made her job considerably more difficult to try to make this cut number. It can be done still, but now a lot of work to do in this final game. Is it just me, or is it really 7:46 on the Eastern time zone right now, where some players are about to be in Game 6? That just doesn't seem right.
I feel this block is moving a little faster, Emil. We were at about 3 hours and 45 minutes for that opening block, so it seems like we have a few extra strikes out there. Pace of play has picked up just a little bit.
Indeed, it has, Aaron. Judy, we miss Kathy Kavicki as well. Shout out to Kathy. Well, cool stuff. I think I remember she completed or was in pharmacy school, I think. Became a pharmacy tech. Yeah, I think I'm wilding out about this. Like, I just looked at the time like, wait, what? Are we really about to be done bowling prior to like 9 o'clock? Let's see if we can get some final finishes here. Of course, Valerie Bercier and then Shannon O'Keefe. And then try to bring you a frame or two, final couple frames of Sarah Germano. Let's see who's going to go first. It's going to be O'Keefe. It gets 214. That is not friendly. 3, 6, 7, 10. So a make would put her in the 190s. And a good spare just off to the right on lane 9. Here's Bercier. That lazy 10 pin, and I had to check on Valerie. See an 8-pin off to the right there. That was Julia Bond. A bit of a missed opportunity for O'Keefe. She'll finish with 182. I saw Valerie kind of go to the glove a little bit, so maybe searching for any clues and any answers at this point. And adding insult to injury there. 130 for Valerie Bercier. And again, she was in the number at minus 61. All right, we're going to go PWBA 2 and catch the final frame of Sarah Germano. She's on the pair with Julia Bond, Elise Bolton, and Jennifer Hokersack. And as we go to PWBA 2, do not fret. The monitor on lane 10 went out in game 1, at the end of game 1. A lot of 190s, which for the most part for some players have been good. Cannot say the same for all, but if your names right now are not Stephanie Zavala or Brianna Clemmer or Jordan Richard for that matter, and even Taylor Boltice, who has performed very well this block. So for some players now, a game to go. Seeing some players starting again fall back to the pack. This could be the most competitive cut number type situation. And again, I haven't seen every event this season. So I'll lean on some of you, the chat, certainly if Mike's still here, and I know Aaron is as well. But, I mean, to be honest with you, 32nd is kind of up for grabs. I mean, and a few places in, just inside that number, too. You get a couple of 230s from players outside the number, just outside of it. I mean, we could see some major shifts in the final game, maybe more than we've seen all season. All right, 10 pin there on the end for JB. She shoots 195. There's Elise Bolton. And for Elise now, she'll need to make this just to get into the 150s, the 2-4-10. Sarah Germano can strike out for 211. She's got 151 in the eighth, working on a strike in the ninth. So if you're just watching and trying to understand what we were talking about regarding Sarah Germano, she had made a huge jump with the ball. It was a urethane, decided to go straight up the boards. 276 at the front nine in game 3, then follow with 245. And now again with can strike out to get to 211. Well, let's see where she is now. Certainly up the boards, a little further left. And I'm comparing that to, it sounds like she was further right a few games ago. So she makes this. Spare strike would get her to 191. And with a game to go, still can certainly get it to the top 32. Looks like it's raining everywhere. Seems like just about in the country. There's some rain here. There was a storm that rolled through on Wednesday night here on Long Island.
It's been raining for 3 weeks here in DFW. So
okay, it's not uncommon for life in DFW. All right, Sarah crosses over, and something's telling me she's happy to kind of be off 9 and 10 for some strange reason. But I think she'll take 191. And she'll be still in very good position to maintain a spot inside the top 32. Bowling still going on at PWBA 4 and PWBA 3. As well as, of course, 11 and 12 as we finish up here. PWBA 2, Jackie Evans, Janet Bademsi, Ashley Galante, and Josie Barnes. I guess Arizona probably doesn't count in regards to rain. In Florida, I always remembered my junior gold experience back in 2006 in Fort Lauderdale. I'm going to finish that story on the other side of this Curtis Von Kruger update. Curtis.
Hey, just giving an update on the high end of the house. Liv Boomershine firing off a 267 that game, puts her at, she moves from minus 24. So she's back in the positive now. And while Stephanie Zavala looking like she salvaged a 220 that game, continuing a solid pace. She struck out in the 10th to do so. Things are starting to become a little more clear, and I really feel like the players are starting to hit the shot a little more. You did see the number actually kind of jump up a little bit. So one more game to get in position here, and it really anybody's ball game, and we'll see how it finishes.
All right, my man. Game 6 is coming up soon. Thank you very much. There's Curtis Von Kruger.
Emil, we've been talking about all this weather, and you know your shoe game's got to be good when you're facing all those different types of conditions. And same goes on the bowling center lanes as well. And for folks using 3G shoes, they know that 3G shoes provide unparalleled value and performance to match your skill level. From their top of the line Tour Ultra to the budget price kicks, they make sure every single pair of shoes is built for durability, comfort, and style. Be sure to visit 3gbowling.com to pick up the best shoe style for your game.
Thanks to 3G and their sponsorship of the PWBA Tour. Brianna Klimmer moved on over to the high side of the building, and it's also where she is going to finish. So we'll be counting on Curtis to check things out. He's actually going to go try to find out some info, just exactly why Miss Klimmer is having the round that she is having. Again, plus 175 after 4 games for Brianna Klimmer. So PWBA 1 and 2 are now complete with Game 5. And it looks like PWBA 3, Aaron, is into Game 6. And that is the group we just saw on 5, 6, 7, and 8. Danielle McEwen, Verity Crawley, Shannon Chapelski, Shannon O'Keefe, Amanda Najokis, Valerie Bercier. All right, Game 6. And specifically on, as we mentioned, this is PWBA 3 if you're scoring at home, if you will. So we went from having a lot of bowling, and I'm not sure where we are as far as the high side is concerned. I think we're waiting for a few players to make the change from the high side to here, the low side of the building for game number 6. So PWBA 1 and PWBA 2 currently empty at the moment. Well, Verity looking to get off to another great start here. And has certainly got in. We will indeed have a giveaway in this final game. And for many players, this is, I mean, this game is always important in relation to the cut number, but because of the number and how low it is, any big game might get a player inside that top 32 tonight. For Verity Crawley, after 10 games, she was in very good shape at plus 36. Now, she did miss an opportunity with the Open in the 10th frame in Game 5 to get to 201. But she's going to be fine. And other players on this particular channel that we're watching, Danielle McEwen at -8, still obviously in solid shape, but don't want anything to go too wrong. And this is after 10 games. You know, we haven't even got the Game 11 update because some players on the high side just are getting done now. So all right, so PWBA 1 and PWBA 2 will be off and running in just a second if you're curious. And it looks like PWBA 4 is now into Game 6 as well. Saw the question about Verity's equipment choice. I will try to pay attention to the ball return. I actually do have a decent view of it, but I can't say I know every piece of equipment out there these days. So I'll do my best. I might even describe it, and that might help out. High 10 pin there for DMAC again. Verity Crawley, spare 5-bagger to begin. And a 10 pin there for VC. I still couldn't get a really good look at what she was throwing or is throwing. All right, so as we anxiously await, and here it is, Score Dash. Score Dash brought to you by the fine folks. And I don't know. Score Dash offers quick and reliable service to meet your bowling score and result standings needs. If you want your results and standings in a timely manner, visit score-.org. Again, that is score-.org. Now, if you actually go to score-.org and something comes up, please do not call me and say something happened to your computer. I have no idea if score-.org exists. But I know it belongs to Mike Flanagan. It was his idea. Okay, folks. I know we talked about the Score Dash alert. We need something. That one was kind of whack, so I'll try again at another time, maybe tomorrow. Stephanie Zavala, plus 304. She is your leader. Brianna Clemmer, second at plus 216, is in second place. Jordan Richard, third at plus 202. Daria Payok, fourth at plus 117. It's been a very good day for Daria. Liz Culkin is fifth at plus 80. Taylor Boltai, sixth at plus 62. Summer Jasmine rebounded very nicely after the opening 123 here this evening. 182, 224, 227, 211. Plus 47 for Summer in seventh place. Lindsay Boomershine is eighth at plus 43. Again, Verity Crawley, ninth at plus 37. Stephanie Johnson is 10th at plus 29. Liz Johnson is 11th at plus 24. Julia Bond, 12th at plus 11. Jen Higgins is 13th at plus 8. And Josie Barnes, 14th and final player right now, who is plus or even. She's at plus 2 in 14th place. All right, I'm going to scroll down to 32nd, where there's actually a tie for 31st place. It is Sydney Brummett and Maria Jose Rodriguez at minus 87. Minus 87 right now. There is a tie for 31st, which means there would not be a roll-off if there is a tie for 31st, a two-way tie specifically for 31st place. Just outside the number. My bad, Aaron. Go ahead.
But if there's a three-way tie for 31st place,
then what happens, Aaron?
bonus bowling.
Bonus bowling indeed. Well, that's certainly a possibility. Alicia Curran is 33rd at minus 91. Alexis Nair and Kayla Jones are tied for 34th at minus 98. Kara Mangiola is 36th at minus 108. Carson Lukosius, 37th at minus 109. Jalen Zulkifli, she struggled last game, 136 to fall out of that number, minus 111. Rocio Restrepo at minus 113. Danielle Niddle at minus 118. Let's see. Inside the number, Abby Ragsdale is 30th at minus 85. Azeret Zetter of Mexico at minus 81 and 29th. Laura Plazas is 28th at minus 80. Kelly Kulik is 27th at minus 77. Gigi Mason has crawled back into the number, 26th at minus 76. She shot 223 in game 5 or game 11 overall. Taylor Bailey is giving or falling back to the number. She's at minus 71, and her last 3 games include 184, 181, 179. You can even go to 24th, Missy Parkin at minus 66. Sarah Germano continue to climb up the leaderboard at minus 51 in 23rd. Clara right now minus 46 in 22nd place. It still could go either way for a lot of players, Aaron Smith.
Absolutely. We talked about it with Curtis. One game can swing so many players in the right direction here. And then for all the players ahead of the number, just trying to hang on.
$13 and $14 are going to be first to be complete with qualifying today. And Verity Crawley is going to be in good position.
Emil, if we have a pair finishing up already, you know what we should probably do right now?
Well, I'm going to guess it starts with a G. Is that fair to say?
Is that a G?
Maybe first words is give. It's actually one word, but if you were to do the compound word.
That is correct. And if you visit our social media channels on PWBA, on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, at PWBA Tour, you can actually take a look at the Bowl TV t-shirt. That's going to be up for grabs here. Joe, not only did he bring the treats this morning, but he brought the Bowl TV gear as well, and actually grabbed a photo of him wearing the shirt, hanging out, watching the competitors this week at the BVL Open. So we'll get that going here momentarily.
Wow, Verity didn't like it.
She's going to like the double, though.
Got some push, found some hold.
Let's start the giveaway after Verity's fill ball here, folks. So if this is your first time, you'll see a prompt in the bottom left-hand corner of your video screen that says a giveaway will begin soon. Watch here to participate. It'll count down for a little bit, about 60 seconds, and then you'll see another screen pop up. It says the giveaway has begun. All you'll have to do is click the submit entry button on the screen for the chance to win one winner taking home a Bowl TV t-shirt. If you're in full screen mode, we do recommend it. You take it out so you can see the chat and everything. Fill ball for Verity here.
It's a good place for that, 3, 6, 9, 10.
With a good old-fashioned 243 to pick up the giveaway. So let's go, folks. Good luck, everybody, and thank you for being part of the Bowl TV community.
Good luck indeed. The giveaway has begun. Hey, Mike, Mr. Pate in the building. So we know that now that 13 and 14 are just about done. Verity Crawley will be advancing to tomorrow, as well as Danielle McEwen. For all intents and purposes, Shannon O'Keefe is going to be safe as well. Actually, yeah, absolutely. She'll be on till tomorrow. Let's see. For our cut players right now, again, minus 87. It's a tie for 31st with Sydney Brummett and Maria Jose Rodriguez. Let's see where Maria is going to finish up this final game. Maria is on 5 and 6. So that's good news for us. And Sydney Brummett. Sydney Brummett on 29 and 30. So Sydney's going to be on the high side. We will have the score, at least be able to bring it to you for sure. Maria Jose Rodriguez. Abby Ragsdale also on the high side. Let's see where Azurette Zetter is.
Well, you find that, Emil. Congratulations to Andrea Roberts for winning the Bold TV T-shirt. Andrea, our marketing team will reach out to you in the next couple of days to find out your shirt size and get that sent away to you. So congratulations, and thank you again to everybody for joining us here on BowlTV.com.
Azurette Zetter's on 7 and 8. So a couple players, again, in the number, just inside that number right now on 5, 6, 7, and 8. So that's good news again. Kelly Kulik is on the high side this game. So I think that'll be the move, Aaron.
Which pair you want?
I think it's going to be 5, 6, 7, and 8.
All right.
1. So again, we'll have a Maria Jose Rodriguez, who is in a tie for 31st at minus 87 with Sydney Brummett. Sydney is on the high side of the building. Azurette Zetter is also on 7 and 8, and she is 29th at minus 81. So again, after we can finish out this 10th frame since we have it.
Emil, I just saw Shannon leave that 10 pin there and just kind of gave it the come on after 12 games. Are you not just going to let me get this one and be done with it? And I got to feel that's Since we've had the basketball references all day, this is like playing against Tony Allen all day. It feels like he's just locking you down the whole time. Coast to coast defense. It's like the mid 2010s Grizzlies out there right now.
This is a defensive pattern, certainly. Yes, Tom Thibodeau would be proud.
Tibbs.
I'm sure that's got to make a lot of Knicks fans happy that I dropped that in, considering where we are in the country at the moment.
But the question is, did Joe ever do his job? Nice 227 there for Shannon to wrap things up. We're going to go ahead and go over to PWBA 1 since this pair is all wrapped up for the day. So hang tight, everybody. And remember, once again, PWBA BVL Open taking place this week. Be sure to donate to the bowlers to Veterans Link at bvl.org or bowl.com/BVL. So for the sixth and final game of round 2, 12th game overall, we're going to be taking a look at 5 and 6. To your left, Maria Jose Rodriguez, Shalyn Zulkifli, Taylor Bailey, and Kayla Jones. And on 7 and 8, to your right, Azeret Setter, Fania Kobo, Amanda Nardiello, and Stephanie Johnson.
Obviously, every pin important here for Maria, but I got to think if she strikes here, maybe throws the first and the 10th, that I would get her in the 2-0s. Yeah, 2 teams certainly would be much better. That helps. As Red Setter is going to be doing it, or need to get on the strike train. See if she is able to double 10 pin. Just those extra few seconds right there that you spin at that line, you know, it's like, okay, come on. Come on. Really good shot there for Kobo, former Wichita State Shocker. If Shaolin had any little chance of advancing, minus 111. That missed or chopped 310 there in the ninth. Just about did it, unless a lot of things happen.
Big spare here for Taylor Bailey for a chance to get into the 190s. No problem there. Is that minus 71 in 25th place?
Potentially, Maria could go around Taylor here.
Kayla Jones will need the score to come back to her. She can still get to 194, but at minus 98, it's going to need some help. Minus 79, the final total for Taylor Bailey.
Uh, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Azeret Zetter now with a max of 207. She strikes out the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th frame at minus 81.
Sorry. I'm looking for Cara Mangiola's name. There she is. Curtis just told me Cara Mangiola potentially could go around this cut number as it stands. She's at minus 108, so a big game brewing there. And she is on the high side of the building, so we may not know anything until we know the score of Cara Mangiola. That shot there for Zulkifli again, just a little too late, unfortunately. Think about the amount of 9 spares she's had just this game alone.
Mm-hmm.
If one of those is a double, we could be talking about something different.
Big shot up coming for Rodriguez.
Oh, boy.
Drops her max down to 197 now. That'll put her at minus 90.
Yeah. So it's going to be quite interesting.
Back-to-back strikes on lane 7 for Azeret, and she finishes on that lane. Actually, 3 in a row. Yeah, heck, she hasn't missed on lane 7, so good news for her, but she needs to find a way to get this one in the 9th.
All right, big update here, Aaron.
Let's go.
Cara Mangiola shoots 221 to unofficially get to minus 87.
So she'll get ahead of Maria. $196 for Rodriguez. She's going to be at minus 91. Looks like this is the last station we have bowling going on at the moment. All wrapped up on PWBA 2, 3, and 4. Not quite on 2.
Yeah, still a little bit left on PWBA 2. And, of course, Azeret Zetter.
Oh, wow.
Wow. And that'll about do it for Azeret.
Just the one there. 173, the max score now. So She's in the minus 100 range at best.
Aaron, we're going to get a quick word from Kara Mangiola. She shot 221, and right now has put herself certainly in position. We'll have to await, obviously, the official numbers.
All right, let's bring her in.
Hi, guys.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I have to imagine that you're feeling a little better right now.
I mean, I shot 140 2 games ago. I shot 230, 21. So I feel a little better after the 140, but now I got to wait it out and see what happens.
Talk about just this pattern throughout the course of the day, to the different bays of the house. Just how challenging was this for 12 games? You know, we're seeing people come off the lanes, and it just looks like it's been brutal all day. But what was it like 12 games on this pattern just for you?
I mean, in practice yesterday, I'm telling you, it was a lot different than today. It also doesn't help. We didn't bowl with the people that we were going to bowl with on our pairs. So today it was just you go double and then you'd go 7, or you'd go strike. And there were so many 10 pins today. It was so hard to catch the corner pins out. I mean, I've seen people leave 10 pins, 9 pins, 7 10s. It was really hard to get a double or triple. And that was the difference between shooting 170 or getting to the 200.
Was that part of the difference between kind of the struggles in the middle part of the block and certainly at the end of the block at shooting 221?
Oh yeah, the 238 game, actually the game before, I had 2 stone 9 pins, which actually hurt me a lot. I was able to, after the 140, be able to move a little bit left and just kept the ball right in front of me. And I actually got lucky. I actually just kicked out a 7 pin to get a double on that one in the 10th frame.
All right, Kara, appreciate you sharing some time with us. I know it's going to be a little frivolous wait, so I'm wishing you good vibes.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome. That is Kara Mangiola. Thank you so much. And I think Aaron will be joined next by Brianna Klemmer to talk a little bit about her day. No waiting there. We know she is going on to the cashier's round, and at this point, looking pretty good, although it's early. But we talked about players who could put themselves in great position to make a stepladder run, and she has certainly now done that.
All right, looks like we have her ready to go, so let's bring her into the Bowl TV broadcast. Brianna, hello.
Hi.
Well, you had some fun out there today.
I did. I really did. A lot. It was a lot better than the previous weeks, but I had a lot of fun this week. So.
Now, this second block here, you bowled well in the first block. You were 36 over, and you decided that wasn't going to be enough for you, and you struck a whole bunch here. What were the changes for you from round 1 to round 2?
Well, I feel like starting further right for me was the way to go, just because of my ball speed, and it allowed me to miss right and have miss room right when I did move left. And I also tried a different ball. So instead of throwing the Obsession, I threw the Damn Good Verge, and I felt like that gave me more room to the left and to the right when I did move. So I had a wide area to play with as well, and I just made my spares and stuck to my process.
Process looked pretty good, I would say, Miss Klemmer. How do you kind of refocus things? And for you, it was a bit of an up and down day, right? But you're solid earlier and then really bowl well this evening, and now you've got to put all of that aside and come back here in the morning for a fresh start. And what you might assume the pattern would probably play a little different than it did today.
Yes. Just basically like what I've talked about with Chuck Gardner and Eric is that I just have to stick to my process. So remembering, to use my legs and to really, take my time and kind of throw the ball slower. I've struggled with that the past couple of weeks. I've been throwing it really hard. So just reminding myself to trust my process, stay in the moment, make my spares, and just live in the moment that I'm in, because if I think too far ahead, then I get in my head and I tend to think about things that don't matter in the moment. So I go home and I'll talk to my grandparents and talk to them about my day and what I could do better and what I can learn from today as well.
How's your rookie season going to this point?
I would say awesome for me. I mean, I've been learning from every single stop, and I think that's the big thing that you have to take away from the tour as a rookie is you're learning every year, every stop, every shot. And I think it's going well for me. I mean, I've only missed one cut so far. It was a pretty disappointing week for me. I was able to learn from it and to move on and to be better, and I am better because of it. And I worked on my physical game a lot back home with Chuck Gardner Jr. and, took that time to really focus on my middle game and my physical game.
Now, Brianna, I know you've been traveling with Caitlin throughout the course of the year. You guys have been driving to every stop, which is incredibly cool.
Yeah.
And I know you made the way up here from South Carolina, but
Mm-hmm.
what's been the best part about just traveling on the tour this year? Obviously, getting to bowl, getting to learn is pretty cool, but getting to see the country along the way as well, it's got to be a pretty unique and pretty awesome experience.
Yeah, just traveling with Caitlin in general is a great experience, and being able to have one of the closest people that I grew up with by my side while traveling the country and living out our dreams is a really special thing. You don't get to do that with everybody, and I think that we've been able to go to multiple places that we've never seen before and get to experience it together. And we also have Courtney Ermish and Kayla Crawford with us as well. So we have a great group of girls around us just living in the moment and being able to experience these things together. I think that's really special, and you make lifelong friendships because of it.
Absolutely. Well done today.
Thank you.
What did you finish with at final game, by the way?
209, which put me at plus 225.
Nicely done.
Mm-hmm.
Nicely done indeed. Well, Bree, have a good night rest, get something to eat, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right. See you tomorrow.
All right. Thanks.
All right. That is Brianna Clemmer.
And it appears bowling is, at least from our view, appears to be done across the house. I'm not sure if there was an official announcement from Tennille.
There was. The official announcement did come during Brianna's interview.
Okay.
So, yes, we are awaiting now the final standings in regards to especially the cut number, of course. When I do hear Tennille's voice, I'll probably take the headset off, Aaron, because it has been a little faint across the PA system over here. So I do want to make sure that we hear that as clear as possible. Aaron, thank you for fighting throughout the block here during the audio trouble. So appreciate you hanging in there for that.
Thanks for holding up the broadcast for me. So I appreciated that while we tried to get that. We'll work on a few things between now and tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, for the round of 32. We'll have a few different options available in case we need it. So, but thank you for keeping the folks entertained and informed. That's not a word. Informed. It's a combination of both words.
Well, you may have just created something new. No, obviously no problem. It's been a while since I had to just kind of put you on my back and carry you across the finish line.
I appreciate that. I'll remember that tonight when I'm writing the story. So
good. I think we may have something from Curtis. Okay, not yet. Maybe we will at some point. So nonetheless, Stephanie Zavala, obviously takeaways from today. Got out to a great start, round one, set the pace, really set the tone.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think that tone was slightly matched by Brianna Clemmer this evening, and really would let Stephanie know. Not that she's looking ahead, because neither one of those players are, but for us and then certainly the fans, where it's like it may not be a complete runaway and hide situation for Stephanie Zavala. I'm not sure what she shot game 12, but Zavala and Clemmer, and I would still add Jordan Richard. Like Daria Payok's look, Liz Colkin has been consistently in the top 5 to 7 in the standings today. I would say pretty solid day overall, and what has been a very low scoring for the majority lane condition there.
Yes, it's going to be. I think the number I'm going to be taking a long look at. We're going to have the cut number for 32, obviously, but is to really look at that 12 number and see the 12 to 4 difference. I don't want to see that after the conclusion of today, because there's still 12 games left to go before we get to our stepladder finals. A lot can happen. But for Stephanie, for Brianna, they've created such a distance between themselves and the rest of the field. It feels like it might be a battle for maybe 1 or 2 spots for everybody else. So I'll be interested to see, who's going to be within, you look at 12 games, you say make up, 10 pins a game. That's 120 pins right there. How many folks are within that range of the 4 spot along with the 12 spot? So, with a couple big games, we could definitely see if some things swing for players trying to make a run, but could be really interested to see who makes the first real wave once we get to the round of 32 tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's why I thought Shannon O'Keefe was in a very good spot still, and I mentioned her because she was, kind of +3, +10, -1 in that area throughout the round today, and so for her specifically, in a good spot because we mentioned obviously 12 games to go before we can cut to the stepladder finals, and that's plenty of time for someone of her caliber. We were looking at players who were kind of in the middle of the pack, so to speak, between 1 and 32, and obviously she stands out because she's the reigning 2-time player of the year in that aspect. Liz Johnson was in that area as well as Julia Bond. I've been mentioning Jen Higgins' name all day long. I don't think she has fallen past 15th today. So, yes, Verity Crawley was in that spot, but a very nice game to close out the round. So she should be moving up, up the leaderboard. Interested to see where Summer Jasmine will finish up tonight in her final game as well. Taylor Boltice bowled pretty well today also. And Josie Barnes had a very good block here in the evening also. So it's the way I like it. Variety.
Variety.
A lot of variety, and a lot of things can happen. A lot of players, and always some names right. We like to see that that you haven't seen, new faces, as everyone likes to say. We could have that. We certainly could have that, not only in the top 12, but potentially in the stepladder finals. Currently awaiting the cut number, the official score. So that is what the weight is about.
Folks, while we have this moment, just a friendly reminder for the times tomorrow. It's going to be a 10 a.m. kickoff for the round of 32. 6 games in the books. We'll make another cut then, get down to the top 12. They'll hit the lanes at 2:30 p.m. Eastern for another 6-game block. And then after that, we will have 24 game totals, the top 4 for the stepladder finals, taking place at 6 p.m. Eastern. Right here on BowlTV.com, we will have the Hall of Famer, Carolyn Doran-Ballard, joining us for the show as well. So we know CDB has been a big fan favorite the past couple of weeks. So she'll be back on the broadcast once again here on Bowl TV, calling the action remotely.
All right, I think we might have something from Curtis.
He looks ready to go. Let's bring him in.
He came in.
Hey guys.
Hi, Curtis.
They are verifying the scores right now, so I'm going to bite my tongue with what I know is the cut number before they verify it. But it looks like the cut's actually going to drop pretty good. We talked to Kara earlier. It seems like she's definitely in, but we did see kind of a crumble during that last game, and the cut might drop as many as 20 pins.
Wow! So you're saying 3 digits then?
Yeah, it's definitely looking like 3 digits, unless there's been some egregious error, which I don't think there was. So we'll get that final cut number coming to you guys here very, very soon. But man, it definitely was one of those situations where, like we said earlier, if you could just keep your head in it and realize that if you're around 100 under, like, you're not out of this thing by any means. And you had some really great shots by people like Kara who really, they needed that first hit in the 10th, or they needed that double somewhere in the game to really kind of stay in it. And really impressive performance by these ladies today, keeping their composure and really trying to execute on a tough shot.
I missed that, obviously, Curtis, and I apologize. I told Aaron before that I was going to take my headset off to make sure I heard Tennille's announcement. So if you said the number, I'm going to repeat it. I apologize if you did that already.
No, go ahead. I have
Oh.
not revealed it.
It's your time to shine, E.
The official number from Tennille Milligan, minus 106.
Yeah.
Wow.
Carson Lukosius, 106.
Yeah.
It was
20 pins.
7. Wow, that's incredible. That's incredible.
Absolutely.
So we don't have the final standings as of yet. I don't know if I'll receive them before we go off the air. I'd love to. I know many of you have had questions about certain players and will they be in. With minus 106, someone asked about Gigi. I'd hope she's in, but I don't know what she shot the final game. But man, wow, that is a lot of players got a new lease on life. But now we're looking at a top 12 and minus 106 right now. 12th or after 11 was plus 11. That's a lot to make up. So but hey, it's about making the check first and foremost and putting yourself in position. That's really all you can do at this point.
Well, I will say one thing: when you limit the field, you're limiting it to the players who kind of had a clear or more clear of an idea of where they're going to play. So I think this pattern will play a little more consistently tomorrow because you don't have as much. People aren't blowing a hole in the pattern so early, so you'll have more clean lines and easier transitions. Maybe people will kind of make an adjustment. So, you look at those players that are in that 80, minus 60 range. If they can put a couple of good games together, I wouldn't be surprised if you see a mover and shaker down in that range.
All right, fellas. Well, Aaron, I'm not sure if we'll get a final. But obviously, we know it will be up on PWBA.com, certainly, not too long after this. I'm hearing Tennille's voice, so I want to make sure nothing was missed.
Tennille always doing a great job.
Always. All right. I think to avoid this awkward silence.
Yeah, I think let's go ahead and shut it down. Go ahead and take us out, Aaron. Take us out.
We'll go ahead and call it a day here. So once again, 12 games in the books here at the 2021 PWBA BVL Open from Farmingdale Lanes in Farmingdale, New York. Interesting day for sure. Low scoring. We saw some players really throw up some big numbers up there. Stephanie Zavala leading the way. Very impressive performance from the rookie. Looking for her second title in 3 tournaments out here on tour. Of course, go to pwba.com, check out the final standings and our social media as well. A lot of folks to thank throughout the course of broadcast here on Bowl TV. Of course, the USBC and the USBC Board of Directors, the BPAA and the BPAA Board of Directors for their continued support of the PWBA Tour. Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider of the PWBA Tour. Bill out there this week doing his thing like it ain't no thing. Our competitors this week on the PWBA Tour for giving us this great action to live stream to bring to you. We love watching the tour. We love watching them compete. And we got another great day in store for you tomorrow. The Bowl TV community, thank you for joining us. As always, we always have a blast, always have a great time in the chat. So we're looking forward to doing it again tomorrow, all the way up until the step ladder finals tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Eastern. And of course, for our on-site staff, our host center as well, and the Laspina family for everything they do for the sport of bowling for BVL. Big thank you to them. So for Curtis Von Kruger, Emil Williams Jr., my name's Aaron Smith. We'll see you tomorrow. 10 a.m. Eastern is the time for the next round here from the PWBA BVL Open. We're going to go ahead and sign off. Be sure to check pwba.com and social media for a full day one update from the event. And folks, that's going to do it for now. And remember, on Bowl TV, bowling lives here. Everybody, have a great evening.